Hello everyone. Um let's continue, but great news for me. I don't know if it's super obvious. I fucked up my voice. I think that is because of all of the voicing that I've been doing, plus the temperature change. I have a pretty awful pain in my throat. Am I going to still do the voices? Yes. Is this gonna make it worse? Yes. So if we don't do Great Ace Attorney on Monday, assume it's because I need another day of rest. I'm just putting that out there. What are we doing? Alright, research. Out of all articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked. Ah. What is it, Iris? Yes. That's the books file and my manuscript was being kept in. Oh. Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all these... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling ya. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. Ah. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. A long unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Actually, I just remember something. It was you, right? Yeah, I didn't check it before, but... Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. Kinda hard not to. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if the Sato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. Just show these to her before we forget. Maybe I need to move, since, yeah, that's probably... Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Wuna. You can't leave the rest to me. She really loves to shoot stuff. I respect that, Inagaro. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, is it? We simply must add it to the portfolio blood samples. It could be an important clue. Though, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Maybe? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. Let me think. Because I think we might be able to figure it out. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? Yo, fast right now. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Well, Windybank clearly is not. It's not gonna be Gina, so the only two chances are McGilded and Mason. But here's the deal. Why would it have blood if it was McGilded? It makes no sense for him to be the one to put blood on that. Now, if it was a person that happened to get killed, well, rather, I think I'm explaining it wrong, actually. My brain is kind of fried and my throat hurts. But what I mean is, like, it could only belong to someone who had bled at some point. And the only person that we know who bled in this situation, who would have had a ticket, arguably, is Mason. Thrice Fire Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you treated off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely Thrice Fire, though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fire Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Exactly. Probably at the time that he was killed. That's why there was the mention of, like, you know, blood on the gloves during the case for McGilded, so McGilded probably grabbed these when he could. Yes, I think it was. Lina brought this sticker here to Windybanks yesterday and suggested that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. It says mere blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night exactly. Now I ask you, what good had the soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now as I reach out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. Yeah, excuse me. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. I know the quirky slips up, I hope. Yes, I think you're why you would know. Very well, let's make a note of this. Now we can go back to investigating. And there's something new for you, so... Iris? Don't worry, I'm a white. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many of them there are. Bicycle, a gramophone, and musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. These of different people's lives, wildly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around and the giant pool of blood. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Okay. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. guess we can finish in the actual shop first. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It is too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windybone was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions for the Yara to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard on it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're shifting through it early in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. Yeah, that's what I just thought. There's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Uno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, it will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grexy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. The shelves are where the pawnbrokers put articles that have been forbidden on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's really a strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? Look at that one from the Tinker, that's definitely a reference to the First Ace Attorney. Are you alright, Uno? Oh, it's just... well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them, even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbrokers works. They're very clever. This is a strange contractor that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it close again. Oh yeah, he has a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions, but for that he used the great big contraption over there. Ah well, that's for using public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But easily you'll think it's a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of this in Japan. Beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. He's also haunted by toilets. It's a family tradition. These officers have been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Keep it down! Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Grexy at once. But as soon as I report it, I'll be it. We'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. Ah, they really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Yeah, the one that's covered in blood. Ah, look here. Ah, yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windybug wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Shums likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? He's out there in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. Damn. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is a quite dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Okay, now, Bruno, let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha, this is where I come in. Oh, right. If the blood changes to the same color as the sample from the storeroom, we'll know that it was Mr. Windybug's blood. Exactly! He got in. It's completely different to the color that Mr. Windybug's blood turned in the analysis. It just goes to show, things don't always go according to plan, do they? Nevertheless, we must add this sample to the results of the other blood analysis. I think we checked everything here. The Seal of Scotland Yard carriage outside Windybanks. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Irish, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. Yeah, it is your fault, Bruno. So please don't apologize. But it's a criminal right to wait for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. Maybe I should go check if Sholmes is available. No. Okay. What haven't I investigated then? Maybe I need to present something to you. Hand of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Okay. That is a very large piece of material, honestly. I'm just trying to think, like, should I? Oh, wait, actually. There might be someone who wants to see that manuscript. Yeah, Gina. Like, she broke in specifically for this shit, so... I guess it makes sense. And then probably I'll be able to go check on Sholmes. 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Hina could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Junior. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried, dear. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of the weight your words carry. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and goofed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Oh, god damn it. Yes, come along, Bruno. Come along, Sissy. Oh, shit. Then where am I supposed to go? Like, I assume I have to give something to you, but I'm not sure what. Like, let me think. Or maybe it's Gregson? This is what the code for. This is what yesterday. I wonder. Inspector, what do you make of this? What do we have here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote a ticket or whatever paper was to hand. Yeah, this is a ticket from a Gilded Silver Code. The one that the little driver turned up yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to, Windows right, Wexy, it isn't the same ticket, you piece of shit. Of course it is. Of course it is. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all you about then, if I may be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. Duh. You idiot. You fucking moron. You absolute idiot, man. You're so stupid. A second one. It seems that Mr. McGillard in fact had another article in storage here at Windybanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Oh, it's good that I checked. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGillard's overcoat. Ah, you meant to tell me. Yes, there was more than just a music book this it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGillard deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have an idea where it is, Rexy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGillard. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking. No time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. Wait, does he call me Sunshine because I come from Japan? Is that it? Like, I just need the connection. Does he call me Sunshine because I'm, you know, from the land of the rising sun? Not that we, excuse me for hydrating, not that, you know, it's super kosher to... Yeah. You know how the Empire of Japan was and all. But is that it? Is that why he calls me Sunshine? According to the second duration, then that's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yeah, of course. I think I only here for 2 months. So the small books will no longer be in here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We will search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh. There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case. Of course, the lady should, of course. Very sensible, I'm sure. This is getting old. Indeed. I should buy my skin there. How could Mr. Windy set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Can you remember, Uno? You told her she could rip off the representation page if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes. Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. I can see at least a couple of boxes here though. Like there's a series of boxes there, there's a series of boxes there. Like if I had to assume, it would be a larger-ish box, so it could be that circular box there. Well, it looks like a circular box. It could be like a hat box with a hat inside. Although why would you bring the hat box with the hat? There's all of the boxes there. Like it shouldn't take that long to check the boxes, I would argue. 16th of April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina, good, you're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was he, Gina? Was he awful? Eh? Oh, he didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windybanks. Oh, right. You want to know how we got? You know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? One change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not. Gina, we came to ask for your final decisions. Actually, I just noticed that my mic was a little high. Oopsie. I hope that didn't sound so bad. It's not that high on the gain, but I don't like it when it has that much gain. What decision? Sorry, Gina, I gave you Iris's voice. About tomorrow's trial, will you let me defend you or not? I'm gonna have to like lower the sound for that for a second. I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. White. Again, again. Alright, I see. He's really lost our fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. He's awkward. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with your dying series. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is... Oh boy. I mustn't have slept that well yesterday. Last night. Which is technically today, technically. There are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windybanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. I'm trusting into Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Beanie. Read them up and chug them all, yeah? Then the presentation papers or whatever they call. These are ain't fancy enough to have a pen. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on me on. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Ellie, why are you like this? We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris' latest story. Ah. Alright. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windybanks showed no signs of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ugh! Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story is the latest Shums adventure, right? But it ain't not been printed yet. So I figure it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, did you? No, Jeannie, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Cause I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? Ah. We knew why you'd done it from the start, and of course we did. You're not really good at this lying thing that you're supposed to be doing. But... I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd say the night before. Grandup's do a lot of worse than that, believe me. Their face lies a lot of them. They just ain't realized it yet. Stop hurting Iris. Oh, god damn it, I hit my mic, I'm sorry. It's one of those days for me, I guess. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windybanks. You'd certainly see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hell is telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that's sometimes what if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Jeannie, that was so sweet of you, even if it was a crime. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It went because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. Rice's lot ain't like mine. She got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're all about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, I see, yeah. Well, she has a point. Watson is ultimately the narrator. So it is as much as Holmes being his bullshit self as it is about Watson having to live with his shit. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jeannie. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this show me nonsense that you hear. I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go, Scarper. I'm still gonna be your lawyer, though. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there, on both the sleeves on the overcoat, are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think I might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. I'm guessing the pawnbroker ticket. Do you see these pawnbroker tickets, Gina? It's the one you took to Windybanks, isn't it? The one for that black overcoat that you're wearing now? Eh? What? That? I don't know. They all look the same to me, those tickets. Surely not. Well, this one has a very obvious mark on it. That would appear to be blood. Eh? Does that ring any bells? I don't know. It all look the same to me, blood. And they all sound the same to me, these answers. Suspicious. And the other ones? Hey, Gina, look at this. Nada. I wasn't saying you could have it. Ah, when ya? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want to see it. I read that like so badly. It made me want to see. God. Yeah, no, I can't read today. It's a bad day for me. So you better hand it over now. No, I'm not giving it to you. Okay, so not that. The blood samples? Those stains on the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windybank when he was shot last night? Let's not be around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get just as much trust as anything else. The detective is here, Iris. Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot. Oh. That's a lot of blood. And it's... Poipo. Wait. Okay, so green is unknown. Blue is from Windybanks. Yeah, okay. So it's Rice Fire Mason. So it's the coat that he was wearing the day that he was killed, I have to assume, by the type of splattering and, you know, the location of the splattering. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves, the whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. Black color of the fabric was masking the stains, that's why you haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches on the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. We all had the purple color, the purple blood. Ah, yes, it was the brick maker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the medication months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brick maker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Someone explain what's going on. Stop telling half the story. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. In a trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Well, that is true. It could just be McGilded's and it's the blood that splashed on him. It's just the location of the blood feels more like it would be someone who's... Well, no, actually, that looks more like a splatter from stabbing someone. Although, to be fair, stabbing someone doesn't cause that dramatic of a splatter. Like, it doesn't splash everywhere when you stab someone. Part of the thing about, like, stabbing someone is that, depending on where you stab him, you're gonna get covered in blood, but in general, the blood is gonna either get absorbed by the clothes the person is wearing, most commonly, or the flow of blood is just gonna be partially stopped by the blade itself, or whatever it is you use to stab someone. Which is why, if someone has been stabbed, depending where they're stabbed, they will and you're waiting for the paramedics and shit, they will tell you to not move or try to take out the weapon, because that will just make the flow of blood worse, and they're more likely to die from blood loss. So it feels to me more like someone who's bled out, but I guess you could say that it's just the splatter. It doesn't look like a natural kind of splatter to me. Again, usually stabbing is not like, it's not like you're not gonna leave blood if you like stab someone, but it's not this level of dramatic unless you like stab someone multiple times and you're like taking the knife out and in, like then you do a mess, then you create a mess with the blood. But one single stab, especially if you don't take the weapon out, like the flow of blood is partially reduced, like it's just kept there thanks to the weapon. Clothes absorb it, like you're not gonna have a lot of blood on your own clothes, arguably. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, as I reach out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it is clear. These stains could have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. Depends? Like, not to that extent, no, he's right about that. But you can't soak your own clothes into the blood that has been soaked from another person's clothes. Like, that is likely to happen. And depending on how you're moving the body, yeah, it could end in those sections and in that way. Probably not that amount of blood, though. That's the thing. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. I mean, yeah, it would have, because if you're helping someone up, you would press them against your chest. Because as a, like, if someone's on the floor and they're unconscious and you're trying to pull them up, you press them against you, so you would press them against your chest. So yeah, in fact, it will splash all over the front of the coat. Like, that is in fact correct. Like, I know that's not the case here, clearly, because the case, but like, logically, the only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilder's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGildet. I mean, yeah, we've been known. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I held the Mogwai free from that trial. Yeah, and he died like 2 seconds later, don't worry about it. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bueno, do you believe him though? Do you believe Mr. McGildet was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Oh, goddammit, I thought it was a sentence for a second. A weapon. Oh, wait. I have to give it to Renosuke. He's speed running all of Phoenix's character development. I think I mentioned that before, that he speed run the I need to trust my client bullshit that we have to go through in Justice for All. Like, he speed run the core themes of Justice for All in like a single case. I guess it's 2 cases considering we return to it now. But it is very impressive that he's speedrunning the character development there. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine told me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Renosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. An unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly, in my aura farming ways. Hehe. What's so funny, Gina? Cause like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Gina, you're not gonna say that when World War II happens. I don't think she's gonna be alive by then, but... Oh, come on, look at this mess I got. It's got you into living in that Bagatra. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free, even though he died like 2 seconds later. Well, at least you have learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always have you in the bag in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you had it. Take a leaf from a book. Believe no one can hurt but no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say, reach him and shut him away? Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I let everyone off the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can't believe me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Why is this a question? Of course I trust her. Fuck you, bitches, I'm gonna trust the pickpocketer. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You have not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Sorry. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear what I said before? I am a born liar, thieves stripped me of my tongue, and I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina? I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, and I get my ass screwed more often than not. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. Why are you expecting me to say that? Aww. That is decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. He would be ashamed to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lord, I don't know what you are, I don't get ya. Kelly, were you gonna say a slur? He was totally gonna say a slur. Gina's taking herself off of the back of her cell. She's never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is a high of cowardice. Mrs. Sato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, it's you. I suppose you were using one of these mystic Japanese arts, like the art of Zelda heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Wexy! Oh dear me, I am most terrible sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on a conversation like that, like a freak? You're being a freak and weird. Wexon, why are you so freaky and weird? Good grief! Listening in, no. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I'm sure your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. Is it that there is nothing on the wire? Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? Then I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye and bye-bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing, forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grexy. If you have to, but let's start later. If you don't give me the hot cuffs, I'm gonna fucking kill you. The chance can wait, if you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Grexy's so funny. He says such silly things that he's so fucking stupid sometimes. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fall into a 10-year-old. I know, right? I'm gonna get away with all of the crimes one day. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. So our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan, and leaving me all alone to deal with the stupid vampire prosecutor and the silly funny judge, and Mr. Sholmes. Oh god, I don't want to be alone with Mr. Sholmes. '16th of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder where it is. So many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just a month since we arrived in London, but we'd managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were setting in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here for a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets. And like a jewel, the light plays of them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what's illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. So true. That's so true. So true, bestie. For real, for real. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruto-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. You know, you can just tell me that I grew up and that I'm cool now. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I should be leaving here at 4 AM. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every warrior there will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Well, she asked, and I always do what a bad bitch tells me. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. On a gilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windybank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Kelly, do you know about the conspiracy? Does she know about the conspiracy, and the reason why she's saying that is because she got me involved in the conspiracy when her work was to not get me involved? Like, what's going on here? Okay. Well, it's getting rather late. Yeah, let me just check the core record. Let's see. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim: Mason Milverton, male, brickmaker, East End of London. Okay, yeah, we know this much. Trial summary: Defendant Magnus McGill, prosecution attorney Lord Baron 6, defense attorney Resultant Photo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitnesses' testimonies. However, a surprise for witnesses' testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. That's the bare minimum, so I wonder what we're gonna have to use that for. I wonder if any of the witnesses are gonna come back. I think you should go to bed now, Naruto-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Yeah. Well, what was that? What was that for? A secret technique of mine. It's Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. We have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears. Aww. Susato-san. God, Ryunosuke, you're so stupid. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. I guess we really shut down after that Susato shut down. That's not even funny. '17th of April, the small hours. Sun Seniors Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. It is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. You shouldn't be smoking after... My dear madame. Oh. Wait, you shouldn't be smoking after an operation, just saying. And also, why are you there, Susato? No, really, what's the conspiracy? Like, I'm involved in a conspiracy and nobody's telling me what the conspiracy is about, and I'm starting to get a little upset about it. Like, I'm not stupid, I know that there's a conspiracy going on, but, like, I'm stupid enough to not know what the conspiracy is about, and, I feel left out. I feel left out of the conspiracy, and I don't like it. I don't like being left out of stuff. That happened to me all of my childhood and my teenage years. And honestly, thinking about it, I also got left out in the majority of my life. So, you know, it makes me feel bad. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I will remember for the rest of my days. But is this the last case of this game? Like, I know that there's a second game, that it directly starts, like, right at the end of the first one. But, like... Is this the last case of this game? Like, I don't know. Like, I actually haven't checked. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defenders Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. She's as thundery as usual. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress? Susato or whoever you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, yeah? Forget about me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again, one day. Even so, with you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. She brought the cat. How you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sweep? I love the cat. Iris! What you doing here? I hear you mean, when a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? I love cats. I wish they were real. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, Kitty. Let him have a nose around. What a arm kinda do. Oh, that reminds me, I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Wuno, Genie?
Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Ah, he's a man after my own heart.
Nah, I was to the good news first. You might not like to hear the bad. Yeah, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning. Carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside after this afternoon. So even if the rain is delayed, it should be able to make it up to the time later. Well, this is the good, that's the good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really.
If only our good news cancel out the bad.
And look, the trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in Big Pop splendor, see? Hi, Elijah. Well, let's say what they want, see if I care.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, we'll soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines would be, "It's Charles Diver in Dauntless do go there." Isn't that right, Wuno?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
Oh, sweetie, you're doing an excellent job. It's like she was still here.
Good luck then, Wuno. I'll do what I can. Obviously I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. Yay! You get to have a child with me!
Wait a second, that sounds sus. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris, that's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yeah, Yini. Well, I was wondering about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Except apparently that's a lie because Susato spoke with him last night. So the motherfucking is lying to me, and when I find him I'm gonna strangle his fucking ass. And his neck, but mostly his ass. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Alright.
No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Gina Lestrade, cousin for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom at once, before I get sent to walk your balls. They always tell me to walk balls and I don't like it.
It's time then.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris?
Lead the way, Wuno.
Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can't tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure a victory here.
If I learned anything from my great friend, is that and also that aura farming too close to the sun will get you killed. Precisely because you aura farm too close to the sun. 17th of April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. And this bastard is back here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the causes for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, if you haven't noticed by the way that my eyes move nervously. Lord Van Six. My lord. Remind me how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Flower Prosecution Service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Consul. There are 2 types of person I cannot avoid. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. You mean Mr. McGilder, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago? Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilder. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those really scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in their final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Oh, so you're just a racist. I see. Like, you know, when you came out with all of the bullshit about like the Nipponese, I assumed that maybe you were an otaku, not that uncommon in their era, like Europeans being really into like some other culture that was quote unquote exotic to them. Super common. I was not expecting the outright racism. Then again, you have been pretty racist before, so why am I even surprised? They're all pretty racist. What? Did he really just say that? Yes. Renosuke, he's been kind of racist the entire time. Like, this is not a surprising development. I'm surprised that you're surprised by the surprising development of everybody being racist here. Kimi here now, Uno. I actually managed to work that out too, thank you, Iris. Total betrayal, what are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in London Six eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? I think he means all Japanese people, sweetie. It's what we call racism. It's what we call racism. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Mark 6. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Valley, feared by all London malefactors. Because we do not care about the racism. And we're not gonna care about the racism in 200 or 300 years. Actually, it's less than 300. Well, look, I'm bad at dates. They're not gonna care in 100 years or 200 years or 300 years because it's England. Like, they do not care about racism. That's just the way it is. Your lotion is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Okay, so good to see you again. I can't believe you're back. Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Then you know, chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Okay, you're a repeat witness. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. Weirdo. I don't understand it. I can have it in the air. I can't have it in the air. It's not possible. What could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Human-centric future awaits. Stop. I'm sorry, there's a mouse, and that is like the cutest little mouse ever, and I love mouse. I love it. I need to take a excuse me, I'm gonna take like a screenshot of that shit. Oh god damn it. Like just give me a second, I need to take a screenshot of it. I need a screenshot of the mouse. I'll read the line in a second. I'll go back. Just I need it. This is a necessity. Excuse me. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. And also, that's the guy from like the first case, not the first case, the second case. The one that we were accused of being the evil Russian revolutionary guy. For the record, if nobody remembers, I remember. Is something wrong, Wuno? Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these shooters. Almost all of them, in fact. Freaks with him! Oh my god! I love it! Really, funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Yeah, the only guy that is not recognizable is the blonde guy, I'm pretty sure. But it is quite strange. The viewers are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. I mean, clearly we've been duped the entire time, but... Very well. Now, Lord 1-6, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In shorts is the thing that I wear in the summer. There has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the courtroom will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in a near-instant death. Moving on the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report says that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present an autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Let me check the court record for a second. Time of death, around 1 to 1:30 a.m. I'm part of the reporting party. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Oh. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from posterior-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Yeah, no, I can't. Honestly, the most interesting fact here is that there's. It had to be a close, a close enough shot that there is burning marks on the clothes. That's the thing that gets me. But they could have just moved the body immediately after shooting him, like fast enough that they wouldn't have left any blood on the in any other place, or like kill him first and then pushed Gina inside the room. Like, there are ways this could work. Eno asked the Kurt to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles found to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. I love that mouse. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, he had in her hand the gun used to fire that fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? No, nothing more to say. Isn't that groovy little girl a pickpocket anyway?
She's one of those filthy tramps that lives in the slums in the East End. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then.
And the jury is waiting for her to get guilty. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who must jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Oh boy. Yeah, whatever you fucking say, Van Six, who fucking cares? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful big puss, a cold-hearted killer. He is establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Six.
At once, my lord. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin! Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on the 16th of April of this year. You don't have to specify the date, we know what the date is. Oh, hi Gregson, what are you doing there? Well, I guess he's technically a witness, but... Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court.
My name's Nash Culkin. Occupation is the body, professional body.
Name's Ringo Skulking, occupation someday, the same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we went to call.
This we've been skulking for this. Okay, I want to point out, I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but like the shorter one, can you see the way that his cheek expands and then pops? Is that on purpose? Like, is he supposed to be like, is that supposed to show that he's breathing?
Why are you looking at me like that for? Don't look me in with you lot. Ah, blimey, that's good. Don't you know where we're going from?
He's our older brother, lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we come across you, the very speed of the block, and that right, Ringo.
Hey, now she is. The very speed of him.
Yeah, we decided that this is what we want to do. We was gonna call you Big Rev Skulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two. Skulky skulking. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. Or Tobias. Tobias, if you will. There's also that. Toby boy. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The skulking brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicions of theft. Thieves are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lull me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment in intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a form of sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burgle as a pawnbroker, they witnessed this proprietor's murder. Oh, he even has a box. Who knows? Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to! Cause the Skulking never skulking.
Get it out!
Poor Grex. Oh, this is funny, actually.
We must be talking to Frankenstein. All I was sending after was a Jazzy. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. Once we got inside, Corporal Army Lummy, we had a launcher from the back room. We went to see what was what, but it always looked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
You're thieves. You think I'm gonna believe that?
A terrible coincidence it would be. At the precise moment this miscreant entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes. Why the matter, Uno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the sun. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the bag of lies it is. I guess we're gonna have to press their asses for a bit.
Hold it!
The front door of Windybanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this?
Has it been, one, right, Ringo? Yes, it's right, Sulky.
How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
Well, was it place what inside, so ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not so sure, Nashi. I seem to remember the little light burning inside. What about you, Soki, me old mucker?
Leave me alone.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when this gentleman ventured into the open establishment, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Aye, that's what happened.
Hold it! What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, good moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as a whim of thieves, does it?
It went nowhere, I'm dead sure of that.
It went, Nash, it went. Like we said at the time.
Yeah, don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. No, there's not to worry about it.
It was a sign that the Lord's brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. Led us to have look good looks just like our brother.
I say cut it out.
Those chips are getting a chomping today.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure of that?
Yep, just the one, Governor. I can't swear to that.
It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, brother?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yeah, Mr. Windybank always used it to leave his gun lying around on the corner, on the counter.
Yeah, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windybank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearms used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the fireman in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my land plan is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Well, it was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. We were seated behind the curtain, you know.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal pretty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Well, yeah, you turned to rob it, Ringo.
Well, Nash, yeah.
I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, you must respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My land Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was better sooner, weren't it?
It was nasty words. Didn't even have time to pull me out me Lucy lockets.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, no butters. We are nice, we are. Never even pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe.
Eh? Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers at night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Dear.
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say.
Ag. Right, me, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
It was.
I lovely Nora. Yeah, I've mentioned that before.
You were armed with a gun. As you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes.
You shot the great Sherlock Holmes? I did hear that actually. There was a rumor he was rushed to the hospital.
The great Holmes. That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, these pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Well, hold it. Furthermore, the very show signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invite his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel.
Rat. I'm sorry, I see that rat and I'm gonna get excited about the rat.
The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulking. Me, skulking, canterously toward my devilish deeds. Now, my little Nipponese friend. Yes? He's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Huh? So yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under the scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence. I mean, we have a witness, too technically, if Sholmes deems himself willing to appear in court. Because I was there!
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this court were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, they shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windybanks that night.
Courtroom demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. But evidence showed that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker shop that night.
Well, I guess the closest thing to evidence is the blood sample portfolio, because we have a we have a second blood found in the pawnbroker's shop.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, Counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Well, it's not you, and it's clearly not you. It's the unknown one because this is probably like Sholmes's.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windybank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. The scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my hands do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. This indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah. Well, what does Van Sick have to tell us then? Order! How does the prosecution? Oh. Sorry about that, I just got interrupted. But hurry, you have to leave with other people. Actually, just... seconds. Again, sorry. Just got interrupted there. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Six? Yeah, do you have something to say about this, Van Six? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Bro. But you will forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the Volvaris, they claim to be opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. Soup? We had an idea you were gonna get them into details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the block straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Six knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of the crimes. It would seem now that I owe my Nipponese friend a vote of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. What fact do you refer, Lord Van Six? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes... Oh boy. Then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. We fucked up. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. Nothing. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your laws include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget attempted murder.
Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
What do you need for it, bro? Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appeared to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has summarized, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30. 9. 9:30. After the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that there will be criminals lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of riot talk, bruv.
Lady Luck loves the skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been after 1. Why, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just got 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good lord! It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Gina, what the fuck? Why didn't you tell me about that? As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. Now that coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Why? One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Well, that's the problem. I don't believe it, Jeannie. In short, the accused is the only person who would have possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. Yeah.
I say, my lord.
Who's?
Oh, there you are. I wonder if I may put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
You got badly bulleted to the knee in the Battle of May 1, 1980, don't you know?
Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly.
Cause the men can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of early life, if you like.
And here I am now leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we all got on together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. What? Did I read that twice? Sorry, The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a matter of speaking, yes. That is the Gary Depp squadron's position, sir. What? No! It's just soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But you know, honestly, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. I love that rat. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I love when the jury fucks me over, which is every time that the jury does anything. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous. It is leaning already. That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But you didn't shot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Like, immediately before these fuckers try to screw with me. Oh, goddammit, I read it and I didn't read it. Like, I read it with my eyes and I didn't read it out loud, I'm sorry. Very well, the court grants permission. Thank you. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Again, we do this every time. Okay. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. As the housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find if you look at that photograph in serial, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmissions, a verdict to follow. Stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom looked from the inside in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention, this print! Yeah, fucking print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. She does not have a gun safety positioning with those fingers. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill stroll ahead of you. Gina didn't shoot Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Thank you.
I mean, this means absolutely nothing to me, so I'm just gonna press just to see if she changes her dialogue. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done, but a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, big purses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the Great Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary inmate of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? He's really quite unforgivable. God has come having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. It just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Really? That's okay. Okay. Well, I guess you're an easy beat against her. Oh god, I love that little I love that little mouse. Look at it. It's so perfect. It's so perfectly shaped.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. Contradict. Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. I know, I see it, and I love it. Look at the little creature. It's so perfect. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the skulking brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen, abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Excuse me. Oh. It's just, look at it, it's on the table. It's on the table right there. It's on the table! Oh. I love the mouse. It just, I was a little bit in a bad mood because of the interruptions there, but like, now I'm just like, oh, so cute. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Squish the baby! Don't squish the baby! Unless it's enrichment for them, but I don't think that is. No, don't squish the baby. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who look like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough!
I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. Yeah, please stop squishing the baby. I must see with my own eyes. With own eyes. I must investigate the crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Warner. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorded. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures a genie and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Corey, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the skulking brothers entered the shop and somebody heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is a print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. The deed was taken after Hurley was shot dead. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. Now, that seems to be the case. No! The items on this, like out on the far end, are slightly moved. They've been moved slightly to one side. I also would like to see the other picture, the one from the other camera, because this is the camera that points at the desk, not the camera that points at the shop itself. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Why is this Russian man here? Yeah, we're done when the balance is shifting. Oh, it's a start, I suppose. Oh boy. Well, there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Sure thing, boss. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In lakes of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. If I can change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know what that genie would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. You also aren't saying anything.
Hold it!
So, let's see. Sorry, radio transmissions? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more time a month to complete than journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? That makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. The cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technology revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, but utter piffle. Can't understand it. I really can't. Just silly toys. I see that someone is a little upset about it.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess? Oh, you bet I do! Say that again, go on, I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscope are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional! What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Damn. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never noticed before. What? Have you got any Uno? Any prints we could look at with the stereoscope? Well, yeah, actually. How about this print here? It should do the trick. Let's present the post.
Take that!
Photograph first. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd really like it too. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Sure thing.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windybanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices a shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? Nah, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the younger has discovered the secret. I have. Oh, she looks so silly. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera when I'm gone. And you see that there's a really obvious difference between them. Oh well, there's also the lamp. Now that I think about it, but like the back part looks like they were moved as well. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, you managed to see it properly, Wuno? I guess so. What's going on with these two pictures? Yeah. Some of the things on the contest they sort of jump out at you. Oh, he's the only one doing it with a machine. I see that Van 6 is the only one unwilling to make a fun of himself by crossing his eyes. Classic. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Someone going to explain this about black magic, eh? Why did dudes do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that let you see pictures tridimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions, right? And also the lamp is broken, for the record. Like, I feel like that's kind of important. Yes, it must have been. Now, hold fire there, sir. Gonna erase another graph of this whole girl's eye business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, that's the answer, fellow. Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, it's quite simple. It is? You think it was step by step? The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appeared to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Stalkers! Someone tampered. New information. Stop. Not mentioning the testimony so far. Stop. Yes. Had to go around circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the counter were moved, but by whom and why? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptibly shift in the items of the counter. Well, if I had to... You're 32? You're 32. He's younger than me, I feel bad. Anyway, yeah, it has to be the Skulkings.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulking brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy lockets it's meaning pockets. But this is another lie. Please stop hurting this mouse. I love him, and I don't want anything terrible to happen to it. I'm gonna take another screenshot of it. I'm sorry, I just...
I love it so much. I love the mouse so much. Like, I cannot explain how much I love this mice. He is perfect. I love him. Is that what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrat's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulking brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a big purse. Come and gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulking brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, than a pig purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen to the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Why did you do that with your head? Easy, Leda. Can you all see now? I think you'll find the stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. He's an idiot, but I appreciate the help. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Let's purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. You shouldn't tell people which direction you're going back home from. Just saying. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this submission examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should go into these, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be useful, surely. But alright. Normal 6. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure you wouldn't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair of other activities that died at least. And I won't stop probing, and I won't stop probing, and they won't stop probing, and they won't stop probing. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. And they won't stop coming, 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 and they won't stop coming. I love the mouse. I love mouse. Mouse makes me so happy. You could take like a 5-minute recess, just saying. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. And Gregson is back, of course. Okay, I'm gonna go take myself... I'm gonna get my coffee. Like, I'll take 5 minutes, I'll get my coffee, and also stretch my legs. I need to stretch my legs. Because it's a little later than when I usually get my coffee. And then we'll continue and see where this goes. I'm pretty sure these guys are guilty, but you never know. Could be something else.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Alrighty, I'm back. Extremely sorry for the wait. And my coffee is too hot to drink, sadly, so... Let's go. Let's continue. I presume you heard the Defense Council's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Governor, I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skullkin,
Blimey!
this is going to be a hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks.
Well, it was well as soon as wearing it. It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me Dukes out of me lazy lookers.
However, that was a lie. You brothers, super brothers, if you will,
Blimey!
on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
Hey, no, nothing of this. How do you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. He should know he's a vampire. I thought we're pondering, perhaps.
They don't want to go with you. You always speak with Peach.
Your beach? Okay.
Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was we had heard the gunshot scene made us want to jump and stuff went flying. Lummy didn't have given me a fright. We were thinking you should have come out of the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarped it, saying to him in the back. We could have showed the palm, but see, we never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the defense's accusation. Did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question.
And not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up. Yeah.
Van 6 is just like, God, they're so stupid. Like, I can only imagine the things that go through this man's head, having to hear this shit and being like, oh boy. Fucking why? Fucking why?
Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gun shop, having first made good their mess.
Yeah, what do you say? We hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can it sound maybe more cutthroat?
It can't be just coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, like robots in disguise. I'm sure of it.
Robots in disguise.
Sorry, more than meets the eye just immediately gives you Transformers. It just immediately brings it up in my mind. I'm a simple man. Except we don't have like an exact moment of like when the shot went off. Like we have an approximation of time of death, but
Hold it!
so what you're saying is the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter.
Shock one of us that much, yeah? These bugger nerves were able to give you shit, son. If you was not right behind me, they go and you would have woken up at that one. Me bro here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. I knocked over a lot of books, accountancy, and some school whatnot. I looked dangling so marionette would knock over the picture frame, would knock the scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket me granny would have been scared by her grave at a Clara. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. I saw me was it quiet as a mountain and none of them blam. What? Gregson, do you have anything to tell me?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Could you be a supporting force in these trying times?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
Okay. Like, sure? No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. They did it. You claim you had the victim shout out something before the gunshot. I have, Gov, I have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, huh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy! I get it right this time! Yeah, without coming back to me now. Then speak! Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sus. Yeah, right you are, Gov. Just before the guys that we have over here and give me a gun.
That doesn't seem likely.
Who went on in the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that, yeah. Like, I was wondering because, like, could he have, like, screamed? But it's like, it doesn't matter if he screamed or not. This is what matters.
Objection!
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov, you got a picture. He had, no question.
And yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Hey, you what? I admit it, I ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I will remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, Mold told her I used the victim's gun to finish him off. Give me a gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just act out.
Goodness, are you sure, Counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates its inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? It's literally in the autopsy report. Like... Okay, no, that's the representation papers. Yeah. Single bullet wound to the back. Duh.
Take that!
Do you not read the autopsy report, you asshole? According to the testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, but it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When we were shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our real really eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Somehow I might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulking brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Order, order, order! Witnesses, explain yourself at once.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness will be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
So sorry, Governor. Truth is that we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we bluff now, you know it'll do that to us. Eee, what are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But we have all God's forgot us. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Yeah.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Yeah, well... Do we have to?
On pain of death.
I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. And I'll fucking kill you. I have to admit this is funny, to an extent. Alright, so we just got inside the car and heard a sigh of relief when the sister showed us his mug. And we all on here and then he flew at us like we was possessed. I thought we had it. But I know Gisha, the blood was strong as an ox. It choked me over the counter. I put a gun on him and then he allegedly threw the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, so we...
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But Honest Governor, this time. This time we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord! Oh my god. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. I feel this is gonna be one of those I'm sadly gonna have to press on everything
Hold it!
situations. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank.
Well, I mean, that's right. We were keeping a close eyes on the entrance of the gas fob, you see. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room there.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which would mean Jeannie must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at the time?
What? The mortal? I couldn't tell. Oh wait, Carver, we had been free to fight then. I mean, the OGs had just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
No, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Oh, well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time?
Whatever. Blind me, love me, what a great ugly barrier he had pointing straight at me front piece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right?
It is, Gav, it is, spot on. And all of a sudden, he came as he did. It was Bedlam. I didn't even know who was waiting for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it, I mean.
Hold it!
Yes, I know that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. And you'll go with a load of books, a candidacy, some was cool one not. That got tangled in some marionette who would not go with a fixture film, who knocked out the scale on the floor.
So in fact it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, big bro, he went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya that all she's have been him. And now she did. If you hadn't been there, that bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable and the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Yeah, that's why they got captured. Even though Rinosuke didn't manage to get to them. Let's see if the coffee's at right temperature now. Ah, now it's at the right temperature. Freshly brewed coffee is good, but if it's too hot, well, you don't want to burn your tongues.
Oh, Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank?
Yeah, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bro, weren't I? I was being frightened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and then ran through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny wasn't there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's bunk to threaten him and forced him to open the storeroom's door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? A little more consistency, a little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me bro and me here, Hal. That's right, now, that's right, me and me bro here.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing of nothing. The old just went and shut himself in the back room, did he? Look, it was from the inside. We knew it was because we tried to open it. But he said he didn't know that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who would have possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It appears so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank? Well, the thing is that, yeah, actually, Mr. and Mr. Skull King. What? What did I look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank, and it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Uno? I'm not entirely sure. But there's one thing am I sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court of this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where that person could have fired the gun. Well, that's the easiest one. From in front of the door. Because we know that the door has a little, window.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question,
Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Well, considering where his body was, I would say around around here was where the body was. So I'm guessing this is the area.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. Okay, so that takes away half of the things that I said. So like... which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulking Brothers Elliot's testimony, I pulled my gun at him and then he laid it through that door in the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah, wah! Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report says that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. That is true. But the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten. The storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his cough was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But... what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from inside? Well, arguably the only other person who was there, which is Gina. Like, she was there clearly. Chances are she did it to protect herself.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the seal room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? I'll make notions or have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two buggers had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously! Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Starr and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Enjoy it, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yeah?
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see what you're buying with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Mr. Strad, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, you god, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never should no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
That is true.
They can't escape from that one. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder.
Yeah, well.
God damn you two.
Well, why does he leave us?
You mean to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all?
I should have known it was his three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, you know. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever, and probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give you a verdict of that.
I don't like when the vampire laughs. It's never good when the vampire laughs. God, I need to see the mouse again. I miss him. He makes me feel safe. No, seriously, I don't trust this shit. What the fuck do you know on 6? And I've made a effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord War 6? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Yes? What are you gonna say, sweetie? Do I have to chuck you out of a window? Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performance in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? And also, can you stop being racist? The hypothesis you put forward so certainly clearly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Yeah, what fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Yeah? I say, Lord Van Six. Might be an idea to explain this holy conjuring trick or whatever it is to troops, whatever it is to the troops on the ground, huh? The fate of Floyd, my lens friend argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets.
Oh dear. He noticed that.
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel! Yes, sir?
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets? Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in this incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Vindivac, and the Skulking Brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you're fine.
And if a single bullet was fired from the brothers' gun and hit Mr. Sholmes, it means. Winterberg not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performance presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Bruh. Well, that's the problem. That's a problem. How do we solve that though? Like, if we had like fingerprints at this point, or if they use fingerprints, because I'm pretty sure fingerprints were invented at this point, it would be easier, arguably, but we're kind of fucked. Order. Can you stop destroying the bottles?
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery.
You know, you wouldn't have to apologize for it if you stopped doing that shit. You're gonna end up injuring someone.
Lord Van 6?
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has passed riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. Oh boy. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. A disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilder's down to the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine.
I'm sorry, miss.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Gregson. Ugh. Wait. I don't know whose blood that is.
But anything belonging to McGilder has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. Gilbert's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Vindivank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character.
Gregson? Of all people?
Lord Van 6,
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van 6 at all.
I am unaware of such meeting. But But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this case as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Bailiff?
Okay. The prosecution has established the accuser's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Okay, whatever about you talking shit about me, let me examine this shit first. Oh, Uno, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
It's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still without this, Uno.
And we get this done quickly, Iris.
In a flash.
Okay, what color is it?
Green?
But that's the one we assumed was Shom's.
Oh, a lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we see that color, is it? Yeah, like, unless it's not even Shom's. Yeah, and that's a note that is Mr. McGill. That's okay. Let's see. I just want to examine everything. Just in case.
You have to pop your 2 points in here to start with, you see.
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the images in 3 dimensions.
The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 points.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Ooh, look at that! It's totally changed shape, just from one little button press.
Well, that is what the button's for, you know. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys, says a 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can you?
I mean, to be fair, she is right. We do love touching buttons that we don't know what they do. Truly the most funny haha element of life. Touching buttons that don't belong to you and you don't know what they do. Okay, okay, the prints, I don't think they have anything. The guns we haven't examined yet. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the revolvers revolver 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windybank's store.
I make those borders pay.
Don't worry, sweetie. We'll kick their asses. Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything here. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. Yeah, to kill himself.
That's right, to keep all the porn articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life, which, you know, he wanted to kill himself a lot, so... Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe. Poor Iris. Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything here. This we checked. This we checked a couple of times. Like, I just want to go through everything. Okay, this is fine. Huh?
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Let's look. Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Harry certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far.
Oh my god, you're so smart, child.
Are you looking for a new career, Willow?
No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday?
Yes, it could be. And you could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Ah, okay, that's important, it seems. Well, well, well. Okay, and the rest, I think we've checked at least once. Back to this bullshit. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have read your informed decisions and rest my case. Let me guess, another summation examination? I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Uno.
My lord, I wonder if I may say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. And stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden. The answer is very obvious to me, and my man, there's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Still don't think the old man should use his head to do that. We have a consensus about the jury, it seems. Then you have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. Do not quote Sherlock Holmes to me, you bitch. Like, no. You don't have... No.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley.
Stealing lines from a book, look at that.
Oh, how dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There's still some coffee left in my cup. And now there's no more. Excuse me. I just wanted to finish it. I apologize for the drinking sounds. It must be because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, that's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Harry Depp Squadron is prime and ready for action, sir. Very good. The British. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh, so road, I was so road, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Your wife accidentally killed a man.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stethoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket. I never imagined the simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can't see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Okay, give me a second. I need to take another screenshot of the mouse. I love that little creature. He makes me so happy. Like, I cannot explain to the people how happy this little creature makes me. Like, he's so cute. Like, I love him. He's cute and shaped, and I love creatures that are shaped.
It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole quorum is turning against me. Again.
It's not fair.
Paris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. Wait, eventually? Look, I don't think Van 6 is on my side, but... Is he? Does he know that she didn't do it? Like, does he know? Hashtag, does he know? Is he aware? Like, I ask this in the sense of, like, does he know who actually did it, so he's trying to push me into trying to get to the actual person who did it? Because it might not even be those two guys, or like those two guys are actually working for someone else. Like the fact that he presented that evidence also, like, what is that about? I hate conspiracies where I'm not being told what's going on.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
We can make it happen. Yes, my lord. Okay, who's the person who has the least reasonable wording? I guess you. Like, I feel like the game wants you to press people who either don't make sense or are giving you like no reasoning just to get more information out of them and see if you can then pit them against someone else. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it had nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It is quite inexplicable, don't you think?
Wait, you're the person who... You're the surgeon who worked with Sholmes. I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairleech? No, Hairlock? No, Hairlock?
Hairlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major up, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or another, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to say the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Ah, who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. Not a sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly what I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Because nobody explained how it happened. Because nobody resolved the mystery.
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Let me show you where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
Well, we have someone who just called himself an expert.
Objection!
Well. These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, ballistics expert.
On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulking brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. This situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to me.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Well, doesn't it?
It shouldn't happen in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. We know? Where exactly was Fredley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps the glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
The fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may, Lord Van Six,
While I realized it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during the summation examination, I actually informed the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechambers of the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so I think Band 16 is in on this. I think he's in on this situation.
Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question. Is it?
Yes, is it? Look at that. One of the vials is broken and the letter around it is scorched black. Almost as if the vial exploded.
Exploded.
So that night, the bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused a fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightful complex aroma.
Well, it would appear a mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. I mean, you don't know that. The Vanglin and Verglin brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least my mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Do I have it on the court record? I don't... No, goddammit. Can I have it in the court record so I can check it myself, please?
Due to its bearing on the conundrum resolved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
How these pouches is coffee? Thank you. Give me a second. Oh, would you look at that? It's really scotch badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. It must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Well. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see that? That's... the Skulking Brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is... there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night. We find exactly what the juror was talking about. The tail bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think.
It would appear the defense is someone struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Inosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. He always turns up just at just the right moment. Does he always come in the form of a pouch? Seriously though, it sounds like the great detective was on death's door. But maybe his injuries won't be for nothing. That pouch could be a very valuable clue. Yeah, you.
Hold
Might want to press her to see if she talks about a third bullet, and then I can present the evidence. Is the number of bullets that has you convinced?
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I asked her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes.
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were aware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? It is possible. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during the investigation.
Yes, I know.
Right.
And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet.
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Wait, did I accidentally choose that it was impossible?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
Oh god, I think I did. I'm an idiot. That was some of me. Oopsie.
Hold it!
Let's try again then. I can't believe that I pressed the wrong one. Stupid. Allow me to show you then the third bullet. Literally called the third bullet because it is the third bullet, the bullet that was the third one.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windybank's Pound Brokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes's pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes's waist before he was taken to hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say? Shot fired by the Skulking Brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. They already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulking Brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Supposedly. Ah! But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Ah! Orban seek. Order, order, order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which his case against the defendant has been built.
Good judgment, Sheiks.
As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Hi, Gregson.
Witnesses?
Governor!
We're listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination. We wish, Governor, we wish. Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? I make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it, Is it one of yours? Gov, blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What, what? Never, the Skulking brothers work alone. It's just the two of us, that's a trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky?
Only 2 bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in the evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Yummy, that's a head scratcher. Also for the defense?
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've had and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulking brothers. Well, clearly they're gonna have another gun because otherwise we would have found them, and we know with them, so it has to be a secret accomplice. On that night at Windybank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. And the witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Big swell. Excuse me? These protective proceedings have already forced us to do 2 summations examinations, yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkings are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, defense is... Well, we don't have another option, so ready to present some answers. Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. Ignore the fact that I look like I don't. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I will ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Oh, the blood sample. Right. Because this one was for Mason, this was for Windybank, and this is not. If it's not from Sholmes, because he wasn't technically shot, that means that the third person is whoever this green blood belongs to. It's kind of weird that it's green, but.
Take that!
But yeah, that actually makes sense. Like, this person got shot probably by Windybank, if anything. In the process while the whole robbery was going on. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. I love that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this intruder. Well, which one is it? Well, it's nice that you allowed me to point out that it's the green one. Thanks.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain.
Green blood. Curious event for you. Is a god to understand that this intruder was some unhuman creature. Creature. It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appearing in stories. Stop. If you see, it doesn't have a name yet though. This fog sprays a chemical that reacts to the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Oh, right, actually, it is... Wait, I just realized something. I'm stupid, I just realized something. And this from the beginning of the case with... Oh, it's the stupid fucking X guy. Oh, of course, that's what... Okay, yeah, okay, it's that guy. Okay, it's Edgar Benedict. Is the X. Is Eggman. Is everyone's favorite feminist Eggman. Also known as Dr. Robotnik. Yes, everyone's body is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Taco blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank.
Ah, striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hellfire that young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, wouldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed.
By golly.
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder in fact.
Objection!
Oh, goddammit you. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. The candlelight is any longer my land friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Oh, you know, just the X guy. Edgar Benedict, Dr. Eggman. Everyone's favorite feminist.
Take that!
He hates a very specific hedgehog. You might have heard of him. The man's name is Edgar Benedict.
Edgar Benedict. Who on earth are you talking about, Consul?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. Then the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Edgar Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker!
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now.
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
That's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too, or I'll vogue all over you.
Nah, he's gonna vogue anyway, no matter what I do. Now that I think about it. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord, that's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windybank for a print showing the fellow.
Taken from one of his red-handed recorder governess.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank this morning.
And you claim this man is a brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin,
Nada siente que se empezó en my life.
oh, in my life, I never see him.
Now, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. What the fuck do you expect?
Do you expect for them to agree with any assertion ever? I'm sure your lordship recalls my Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof of we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photographs is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Well, that's easy.
This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Probably literally if we're gonna have to, grab Mr. Benedict.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Yeah. Give me a second. I need to grab the music box disc that has his blood.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, decidefully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I was following this, that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir, here's a disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little trump? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
It's a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fog gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say,
It's green.
it's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windybanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime the same night.
There was someone else there.
The kind of two brothers right there swinging bullets. Oh, what are you talking about? It's violent in here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This fragrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What are you gonna tell me this time, bitch? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some such. Have you read it? Have you read about have you read it? And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made of this plating are not fit to be called evidence. Okay then, sure. Fingerprints were invented in the 1800s. Let's do a fingerprint test. You want actual science? We can do fingerprints. I'm sure we can find more than enough fingerprints that don't belong to any of the people that we know are involved in this shit. That might be from Mr. Eggert. So like, what the fuck do you want me to do, bitch? I'm bringing you evidence, and now you're arguing that it's not good enough. I'll accept that from Edward, but I'm not accepting that from a vampire. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successful proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... The desk! Can you stop doing that to the desk? I hate when he does that. He's just ruining the wood. And pray do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shams's word for it. I mean, I would take his word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sean Concussion a lot of murders?
I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective.
What are you talking about? We can't let you get away with that.
Yeah, that's my the same, Ryonosuke, same. I knew we'd come to this. Of course, Mr. Shams's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body because they're a bunch of bollocks. But what other choice would I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Are you talking about the judge?
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you just say, young lady?
In a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 judges, isn't it?
Haha, fuck you, man 6.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Thank you, child. I love you.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Uno. Isn't that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Saved by a 10-year-old. Mr. Shams's partner is a force to be reckoned with. She's gonna grow up to commit so many crimes. I love her.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After such shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd. Yeah, go cry to... I don't know. Your afternoon tea.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter.
Yeah, what's your opinion, bitches? Please don't screw me again. Please.
As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. Then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Not guilty.
Thank you, Russian terrorist. Are we gonna, at some point, remark on the fact that he's that guy from the second case that we were accused of being by Sholmes for like 5 minutes? No? Okay, sure.
2 calls guilty and 4 calls not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these judges are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by the pretender of the real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Me putting a hand on Van Six's shoulder, and it's like, yeah, honey, that's how a jury works. You don't call a jury of experts. That's why a lot of cases are bullshit when you have a juries. Like, sometimes you want a jury of experts. Like, I'll be honest, sexual abuse cases, like any cases about abuse, you would want a jury of experts because people come with a lot of baggage to that kind of shit. And when I say baggage, I mean patriarchal baggage. Like, they're likely to blame the victim, is what I mean. In that situation, you would want a jury of experts. But most of the time, you don't call a jury of experts. And so, yeah, they're stupid. That's the point. The point is that they're ignorant. That's why you have a jury. Do you not study your own system? I'm sorry, Lord Van Six, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ah. Ah. Yeah, fuck off, vampire. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? Why? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. Yeah, we've been known. I don't believe it. Okay, but Gregson took him with him, so like he has to have his real name, or something. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? I thought it was Gregson. Oh, it's you? I would have assumed Gregson. Like, again, he took the guy to the station in like at the beginning. It was me, my lord. You're number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible. Inspector? Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown? Right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Wait, are you related? You have the same hair color. Are you related to the guy? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious. Okay, but who is he? Like... Order, order, order! Juror number 5. How on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He was in my office. Stop. Oh, okay. You're not related. I thought... My bad for judging the hair color. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. You should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Okay, you know what? I think I get it. I know I've been hammering about the conspiracy that I feel that we're involved in, and I don't know what the fuck is involved, what it involves actually, but we're involved in it. I think I get it. I think that I'm getting there, because it was here. Yeah, contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. We have a guy that is in a communication position. He's probably related to the actual leaking. And whatever is in that disc from McGilded's is actually some kind of government secret. That's why he wanted to get it back. I assume McGilded might have been blackmailing someone with it. Because that's the kind of thing that he does. Or he did, really, he's dead. But I think that's where this is going. I think that that's what happened. And that would explain why we had like the same fucking 5 guys as jurors the entire time. Like we had so many repeats people. I think that all of these cases might be just being like accommodated, like the people who are being called are purposefully selected, and when Six is coming in after his retirement, well, he for years, like he had a retirement thing going on, and he came back to these cases specifically because it's all related to these government secrets being leaked and trying to get the people who are leaking them out in some way. Like, I think that that's what this is about. It would at least explain some of it. Right? I feel like that's where the plot is going.
I suppose we all imagine the accomplice will be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord 6, if you please.
Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for an hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Yay! We saved our asses again
From, getting Gina fucking killed. Well, executed, but, what is an execution but a killing by the state? And right at time. Only 10 minutes over time from the usual ending of the stream, so now we can end the stream properly. Well, that worked out okay. I should have assumed that Mr. Eggert was gonna come back and be a pain in my ass, as it seems he needs to be. But that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we do something else. I need to rest my throat. It's hurting. I think maybe the changes in the weather have managed to give me some kind of infection or something. Like, it actually kind of hurts. Like, for realsies. Should I have done all those voices? Nah, probably not. It's gonna make it worse. Will I learn my lesson? No, absolutely not. But tomorrow will be a resting day for my throat. And then on Monday, if my throat is doing okay, we'll continue with the Great Ace Attorney. Otherwise, we'll move the days around and I'll rest for another day by playing something else, and then on Tuesday we'll do the Great Ace Attorney, but I think I'm gonna be fine by Monday. That's about it, really. As for what's tomorrow, I don't know, maybe some Hades too. Maybe. I'll think about it. Like, I don't know, man. I have too many games in my game library. I have too many video games. It's terrible. But I'll see later. Anyway, again, have a good rest of your day. I think I said that before. Have a good end to your weekend and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, no, today is Saturday. That's for Sunday. I'm an idiot. For a moment I thought it was Sunday. Well, that's silly of me. Well, have a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. I'm gonna blame the heat for the fact that my brain isn't working at 100%. Not that it ever is. It never is. It just doesn't work, but more than the usual, I mean. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.